Good good evening, and welcome back to the Possum Stream, and back to our many long playthrough of the Final Fantasy series, the mainland games, and we're now hitting onto what I think is maybe one of the big ones, certainly one of the biggest ones of recent years. And I will say this now. There's a lot of discussion on which Final Fantasy is the best Final Fantasy, and there's no real wrong answer. This one, I will say, is the most Final Fantasy, and in multiple definitions of that. Thank you for tuning in, Elenia. You may notice as well we're starting off not just chatting, and that's because I have a little bit of stuff to go through before we actually start character creation and actually start the game. Because I do think it is kind of important to sort of look at not just the story in game, but the story out of game, because the game we have now isn't the game that we started with. But a few pieces of housekeeping. First of all, it is January the 2nd, so we have wrapped up on our charity fundraising goal. We raised £70 towards Alzheimer's research, which, thank you all so much. Every little helps. 100 Pixels as a team managed to raise £220. That's not nothing. That I know it was maybe a bit of a quiet one with the team, but that's still, I think, that's all down to you guys. I'm just a meaty megaphone. So thank you all so much for contributing to that. Next up, we are going... thank you all so much for tuning in on New Year's Eve. Thank you all so much for tuning in on Potion Brews collab as well, the weekend before. I'm not going to be on Potion Brews continuation of that on Saturday, and that's entirely because she's starting at midnight. There's no way I'm going to be functional for this. So do give her support for that. It may be that she starts the third episode a lot earlier. I'll be able to join in, but hey ho, so it is. One more thing, you may notice I've got a bit of a follow goal down here, down in Doobly-Doo. We are, it's one of my sort of thoughts of like, I've wanted to sort of do follow goals for a while, but you sort of do, oh yeah, I'm going to hit 600, and it just doesn't feel like it's moving. So we're doing some smaller goals throughout the year. We have basically, I'm going to be saying, hey, let's get to 535 before the end of January. One of the things I'm also doing this year, at least for the first half of the year, is games like this that are big and long. I'm going to be doing more of a focused effort on those when I do those. So, for instance, we're going to be playing Final Fantasy 14 today, Friday, Saturday. It will more than likely for most weeks be what we do, maybe with a little bonus of something else thrown in. But that's the plan, that's the goal on this. One thing I will also say is that's all to be kept in review. But thank you all so much, for dropping in. As I probably said on the New Year's stream, I've had complicated thoughts and feels about how things have gone last year, but hopefully, this is the year of the possum, right? So, to that end, we're going to be doing a bit of a yapping. And here's the thing: I don't claim to be an expert. I don't claim to be talking about this from first-hand experience, because the game that launched is no more. It is gone. It has been put away in the Squeenix vault, for good reason. This is just stuff I've managed to do my research, looking things up. I hope that, for those who have not experienced 1.0, this at least gives you a bit of a primer as to sort of what we need to take away going into 2.0. But also, that there were one or two threads that I found that I thought were interesting. At least to me. I hope you find them interesting as well. So to that end, let's go to the main view and begin. That's right, it's a slideshow. That's where we're at with this. So welcome to my sort of general overview on 1.0 and what you need to know about 1.0. So essentially, anytime you make a big game like Final Fantasy XI, you are going to be talking about making Final Fantasy XI 2, right? Any big hit, obviously there are going to be conversations about how you carry that on. So, and by all accounts, why not? Final Fantasy XI was, to date, the most profitable game Square Enix had ever made. Why not make another one? So, during the 2000s, or the late 2000s, we had Codename Rapture, and the list on this dev team is probably what you would expect for something to follow on from 11. We have got Nobukai Komoto, who's director of 11, Hiromichi Tanaka, producer of 11. Your lead artist was Akihiko Yoshida, who was working on character design for 12 before graduating to full lead artist. We had the main scenario writer Yeiko Saito, involved with writing. We brought they brought Nobu Uematsu back for this to do the full soundtrack. Like, we are so back here. There is a lot going on with this. Now, this was released on PC with the PS3 as well to come, but produced in mind for the PS3 in the same way that Final Fantasy XI was produced in mind for the PS2. Again, why wouldn't you? Certainly in Japan, the PS3 is running ahead. Produced with the Crystal Tools engine. So, one interesting little facet that I looked into is 5 games in total were made with Crystal Tools. 3 of them are the Final Fantasy 13 series. So 13, 13-2, Lightning Returns. One of them is 1.0. The 5th game to be made with Crystal Tools was Dragon Quest X. Now, that might not sound like anything to most people because Dragon Quest X was not released here in the West. it was a Japanese-only release. And while it has since gone on to multiple consoles and PC, it initially launched, once again, Crystal Tools engine, launched on and was an MMO. I will also need to mention the first Dragon Quest MMO released on the Nintendo Wii. By all counts, it worked pretty smoothly. It was a commercial success. So, obviously, Crystal Tools, it can be done. You can make an MMO with this. Now, granted, 90% of why that works is because the team understood the scope and understood, you can't make an old singing, old dancing technical showcase on the Wii. In fact, a lot of the way the game's architecture is set up is to make sure that the Wii is involved as little as possible. But it can be done, I believe the chief designer who was the director before he was pulled from the project, definitely had his chickens in a row on this one. Definitely understood how to make something like that work. I hope we see him again someday. Maybe. Let's take a look at the trailer and actually see. Okay, you know what? Take a look and actually see. Like, what was 14 promising us? And I think this is a good little intro to the world. It's like we see a lot of familiar faces around here. If you've seen 11, we've got big lads here. We've got little guys, cat people, elves, humans. It's all very familiar.
Very well.
Also, if you're looking into the trailers for Final Fantasy XIV, get used to that guy that we just saw at the counter. Get used to him. He's kind of the player insert for their trailers.
How must we wait? I grow weary of the company.
The feeling, my dear, is mutual.
Aha! What do we have here? No job is too daunting as long as the coin is good.
Bah, you'd sell your own mother if the coin was good.
My father too. Now quiet down and help me decide.
I've no particular preference.
And why does that not surprise me?
You'll see this iconography used in the leaves.
Choose as you
Sort
will.
of mini quests in 14. But from what I understand, there were much meatier part, or not meatier, but same sort of intended as your as where you get your XP to level from. Now that wasn't actually how it worked out, but yeah, we've got our big lads. We've got the totally not the Taru, totally not the Elven, I believe they were called. And I also find it interesting that sort of like, as much as they have, what you can see like already the standard character archetypes of mages and fighters and archers and all that, there does seem to be like almost like some cross skilling to it. I don't know how relevant that was in the final product. I know there was some, skills that carried between classes, but certainly the product that we have now is much more rigid. Also, I don't know how long we've had the little mouth in the Marlborough, like the alien mouth, but of course, we had the random monster angle, but now we have the new angle, one of the main antagonizing forces for the game, the Guardian legions. And I believe this. You'll soon see. This is maybe one of the. One of the events the game that sort of the game does later on reference quite a bit. All very flashy, but you know what? I'm certainly happy to give it. And we have Megatoma, the father of the dragons, who does not take this invading force lightly. That's just how serious these dragons are. Or at least, Daddy of dragons. That's a phrase I just said. Whee! And then we have the next antagonizing force of the game, the primals. Now, I believe the plan for 1.0 was they were a force sealed away, this battle released, but that's sort of being walked back, and it's more a case of, oh yeah, this battle just really sealed a bunch of ether and they're able to be summoned.
So nice of you to join us again.
Well,
also, I appreciate the idea, the feeling like, is this a flashback he's having?
We'll start with this one.
And you'll find that kind of happens a lot
Can we go now?
for certain reasons that we will get into in the game proper.
Let us give the bards something to sing.
Also, he was an archer. He's now a swordsman. And sort of your flexibility in what class you would be was dependent on, what weapons you were using. So we have that. I minimize this again. Nope, that's okay. Right, fair enough. So what happened? The game launched. Controls were clunky. The UI, as you can see here, is a mess. More importantly, the frame rates and server infrastructure were just not up to the task. There was a dearth of content. The world felt, was not as fleshed out as people hoped. A lot of content that people would have expected was missing. So things like dungeons were in world and not done as discrete things that we have now. You know, there were, I believe, there were 2 endgame monsters at launch. The story was slow, never really did much. I remember talking, I believe it was with, I believe when I mentioned this with Eva at some point, the maximum, I'll be mentioning later, you know, the maximum player count you could see on screen was 20 players. And I asked the question, how did you do a 24-player raid? And the answer was, do you think they had raids? So, what does this mean? The Metacritic, 49 out of 100. Because of the bad reaction, the PS3 version had to be delayed. They suspended subscriptions. Square Enix had to reduce their projected income by 90%. So much was riding on this. And of course, this is Final Fantasy, right? If a game is going to bomb, it's not Final Fantasy. Remember that chief designer / director I mentioned earlier? Let's see what he's got to say about this.
Nightmare.
So, what do you do when your flagship game has bombed, threatening to take the reputation of the entire franchise with it? Right? Final Fantasy is a prestige title. You bring in the troubleshooters, the stray dogs. So, there were 3 developers at Square Enix who in 2009 they had sent to Western game studios because to some degree the Japanese video game market was struggling to keep up with Western game development. You know, they were struggling to keep up in that HD era, be it with development times, be it with, you know, technical know-how. They were sent to study Western game design principles. How did you know, Call of Duty become one of the biggest titles when, you know, for certainly up through the PS2 era, the Japanese market was doing just fine. So, these 3 developers, nicknamed the Stray Dogs, they were actually, I believe, some of them were actually working on a title said to be quite similar in tone to Bloodborne and sort of quite a mature title in comparison to a lot of Square Enix's other efforts. Keep that one in mind for 2 games from now. But we have Hiroshi Takai, Hiroshi Minagawa, and Naoki Yoshida, aka Yoshi P. Now remember that chief designer I mentioned earlier for Dragon Quest X. This is him. A huge MMO aficionado. And if there was one person who you were going to bring on for not just like technical expertise as demonstrated with Dragon Quest X, but also a knowledge of the market, this is the guy you want. So they identified several issues with production. One of the big ones is design for 14 was the same as the design for 11. They were just told, make another game, make another 11 for us. Which is great, fine, wonderful. When they were developing 11, they were told by one of the anecdotes is the team spent about a year playing EverQuest. Right? They wanted to understand what was going on with the MMO scene at the time, so they can then understand what players wanted, what others were doing, how they could riff on that. They didn't do any of that for 14. And so we have the orc in the room. World of Warcraft. Now, by all counts, World of Warcraft wasn't a huge hit in Japan. But it was an institutional sea change in the West. It might not have invented everything about the modern MMO, but it certainly popularized everything about the modern day MMO. For a lot of people, this was the first MMO, or at least the first one they played. And as such, so much player expectation was set by this. So much industry expectation was set by World of Warcraft. You could learn so much from the mistakes of WoW. And I'm going to go into one of those mistakes, because I think this is a really important point to sort of show why I think 1.0 missed the mark. So in WoW's beta development, they had a fatigue system. The way it worked is you would gather XP up to a point, let's say a level's worth, and then you would become fatigued and you would lose half of the XP gain. And you have to go to a city or a tavern in the world and log out. And the more time you spent logged out, the more that fatigue wore off. And so you will come back in later on and find, you've got that level buffer of XP to play with. And the reason for this is because gamers love the game. We love playing games. And when there's a game you like, you'll play a lot of it. And the problem is, with an MMO, is you don't want players to be playing the game all the time, because then you'll run out of game and stop playing it. So you want to pump the brakes a little. Right? So either you play it in nicely timed bursts that keep you coming back, or you just spend longer in the game. So it's a nice, elegant solution to that problem. Problem is, players hated this system. Why do they hate it? Because you're playing the game with friends, and then Daddy Blizzard comes along and says, no, you can't play this game now. Sorry, sit down, shut up. Go touch some grass. So the developers sat down and then went, how do we fix this? How do we fix this problem? Well, we understand that, we understand we need to sort of stop the players from playing too much, but also we don't want to be telling them to not play. What they ended up doing was they implemented a well-rested system, so that you would spend time in the city or in a tavern logged off. You would accrue a well-rested buff that would last for so many experience points, and when you gain experience in that well-rested buff, your experience point gain was doubled. And then when you ran out of well-rested, you would just had normal experience gain. Players loved this. Problem solved. Everyone was happy. What changed? Well, they just scribbled out normal and put down well-rested, and they scribbled out fatigued and put down normal. So how you present these things how you present these things matters a lot. So what did Final Fantasy XIV do? Well, they realised that they didn't want people burning through all their content, so they implemented a fatigue system. Oh no, we're making the same mistakes again. Also, welcome in, Typing Ant. I see you've done exactly what you're supposed to do. So, this is what I mean when I say not understanding what was going on with the scene, not understanding what the competitors were doing, how that managed player expectations, and even learning the lessons from the mistakes they made matters. Graphical fidelity was prioritized over game design and performance. So as I mentioned earlier, the engine could only handle 20 on-screen players at a time. This is an MMO, right? All three of those letters matter. But as much as we love multiplayer and online, massively, right? 20 players isn't massive. This is a plant pot. This plant pot has as much impact on performance. It uses the same, just as many polygons and lines of code as a player character. We laugh at the scrapes, right? We laugh at that. But that was necessary because they were pulling shit like this before. And this is why the game couldn't handle the performance. This was all a holdover from Final Fantasy's long history of being a graphical powerhouse, a showcase. You think of 7 with its beautiful cutscenes. You think of, what 10 and 12 did on the PlayStation 2, what 13 arguably did years before this released on the PS3. Right, that's what they were going for. We wanted an MMO that looked as good as and pretty as 13, and you can't do that and be an MMO. Furthermore, a lot of their team were the very best in their discipline. The whole team was just not working together as a whole. Like I said, if the environment artists were told, hang on, you're using too much of the game's resources to do this, we needed to rein it back so we can actually get more players done. No, that it was just a case of, we made these plant pots, look how pretty they are, great, that's going to look lovely. Hang on, why is everything slowing down? Well, what's going on here? And as much as MMOs live and die on the post-release patch cycle, they were too reliant on the whole we'll fix this later, when arguably if you're developing for console, there's no patching out a lot of the problems that they were having. So after this analysis, after these problems were identified, and Yoshi P is surprisingly frank about these problems. If you get a chance to look at the GDC talk he did on that, I heartily recommend it, because I don't think I've seen a Japanese developer talk about game dev in the frankness that he has. And I think that has helped. That approach has been part and parcel of why 1.0 recovered. I mean, so much so, he was installed as director and producer for 14 going forwards. He began the letter from the producer, a semi-regular stream to reach out to the community, better manage expectations. He recognised that the Final Fantasy brand could not handle a bomb of this magnitude. And while it would have seemed very easy to go, right, Final Fantasy 14, it's a dud, move on to 15. Right, move on to the next one. They couldn't afford to do that. And it would just, it would no longer be a prestige brand. So, he's going to have to stay and support this game. But the problems are so entrenched in the engine that they would need a new engine for the game. So while 1.0 is going to be supported, new content created, they will be hard at work at making effectively a brand new game. New engine, new story, new content. Now the sneaky part is that new content you're making for 1.0 is also going to be very cleverly repurposed for 2.0. So new boss battles, new dungeons, and actual dungeons are also going to be present in 2.0. Furthermore, to help make it up to the players, subscribers would be receiving some modest in-game benefits, all things considered. But they would also be getting a permanent subscription reduction, which to this day is still in effect. If you subscribed in 1.0, you are paying the subs at a lower rate, which, like, fair play to them still doing that after 11 years. So yeah, new dungeons were added, the trials, new boss fights. Now, I just want to double check my dates on this. So in 2011, while all this was going on, they had released the Ifrit trial, and they were moving on to production of, well in the way of in production of Titan. And then we had the 2011 earthquake, and a lot of stuff happened that they, to support, in the recovery. But one of the things they decided was it was maybe not wise to release a new boss whose signature attack was Earthquake. So, you know what? Titan's going on the back burner. So who's the next boss that we have in development? Oh, Leviathan. With his signature attack of Tsunami. Oh, fuck. So, very quickly, they put together a new boss battle to replace those, which gave us the wonderful debut of Good King Mogul Mog the 12th. I believe Garuda then finished off the trio of trials for 1.0. So that's why it's there. Exactly. That's the thing, is Good King Mugulmog, if you're playing 2.0, seems very out of place. He's there because 1.0, they had to come up with a new boss battle that was not disaster themed. Please, I'm begging you. And then they overhauled to some degree the job system to actually allow for series hallmark jobs to appear as for later progression. So you had conjurer, in the game as it released, wand users were conjurers and axe users were marauders, and then you would get the jobs now. And then at this point, they would add the job stones that allowed you to become, white mages or warriors, which I find kind of weird that, again, at launch, there's this whole player expectation of, I'm playing Final Fantasy, give me the white mages, give me the black mages, give me the warriors and the ninjas, and they just weren't there. So, one last thing. Before we can go to 2.0, we needed to end 1.0. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Oh, hang on, I realised I've not been playing the music. Welcome on in. We're just going through the 1.0 primer, and I think this is, that was the story of development. Now we move on to how do you end the game. So as we saw before in the trailer, the Guardian Legions, led by Gaius von Belsar, are invading the realm of Eorzea. Without magic, they rely on their technological advances to help conquer what they saw as lesser nations. But after that battle we saw, after the Dragon Midgard Stormer blunt their assault, after the beast tribes start invoking the power of the primals, those monsters emerging from the ether, we find ourselves as a stalemate. Gaius is replaced with a new commander, Nail Van Darnus. Now, apologies in advance. So Nail Van Darnus, the White Raven. Apologies in advance because Nail Van Darnus is referred to a lot as he and a lot as she. I believe in some of the extended material, Nail Van Darnus is actually his sister Eula, who has assumed his position. Which is a very confusing thing to leave in the some of the supplementary material when you actually do some of the fights that involve Nail Van Darnus, and they are presented in a very feminine form. Because I was there thinking, wow, Bahamut says trans rights. But anyway, Nail Van Darnus, the White Raven, initiates Project Meteor, learning from the Boja incident, where Midas Van Garland, I believe, Midas Garland, built a transmitter to communicate with the moon Dalamud after discovering that it was an artificial moon. The moon responds with a massive energy burst, obliterating the transmitter, the citadel, and the city around it. So naturally, for the Guardians, this is a potential weapon in the making. Concerned about the impending fall of the moon initiated by the lunar transmitter, Sid Garland, son of Midas and defector from Garlean, and the Circle of Knowing, a group aiding the adventurers, would investigate this threat. While initially hostile to players, Gaius von Belsar would eventually start giving them information about the plans, becoming more concerned about the potential not for the fourth Dalamud to completely obliterate Eorzea. He was much more interested in conquering. He was very much of a case of, I will lead, I am the strong who will lead the weak, rather than meaningless destruction. It was not his intention. That's a joke that will be coming in much later. After the players storm the Garlean fortifications and destroy the transmitter, they discover that Vandanis has been changed by the moon's influence and is now personally invoking the moon's descent. This is the last trial of Final Fantasy XIV, which has a bit of a successor in some of the raids in 2.0, but players fight and defeat Vandanis. But it's too late. The moon has already fallen too much and continues to fall. The leader of the Circle of Knowing, the Archmage Louisoix Levieur, travels the realm with the player's help to prepare a spell of enormous magnitude to channel the realm's prayers, to invoke the very power of the gods of the 12. While the 3 nations that players could choose from set aside their differences to halt the Garlean advance and safeguard his ritual. On November the 11th, 2012, and yes, the devs were very much interested in the whole mind apocalypse hysteria, and we're like, oh, that seems like a very nice thing to tie in to our end of game service. But on November the 11th, the game shuts down. But as the game shuts down, they are given one last treat, a cutscene. See how their efforts played out. This also forms the intro cutscene for 2.0. So you may have seen this already, but I love this. So here we have the very moon itself falling and descending. And with the Limsa Luminsa, Uldar, and Gridania, the free-player nation-states they could join. Oh, just in time! Exactly! Want to watch the world burn? And of course, on the plains of Cartano, the armies will meet, and everything will be decided. Even he's got a stake in this. Even he wants to know if we win or lose. Of course, our boy from earlier is looking a lot tougher. Poor Sid, with this being his father's legacy. Wait, this is a big thing. This is a moon. And of course, presence within the moon itself. That's right. What else could be on the moon? The Bahamut. I will get to that in a moment, Jesse, because I will have one or two things I want to say about that. Eden's like, oh, wow. Oh, no. I love it too. It's this shot, by the way. This shot. Come on. And of course, the ritual now binding and containing Bahamut. Except it's not. And so this is how 1.0 ends. In disaster. The players there you see are teleported away, not just teleported, but transferred forward in time. The 2.0 picks up 5 years later from this point, and legacy players will be teleported forwards to that point. For those of us who are playing fresh, we are new characters in the wake of this disaster. I think that's a huge thing, because with MMOs it's like, yes, we have triumphed over this threat and now we move on to the next threat, whereas here it's like, no, we failed. What happens next? Move on. So yeah, new player characters will be teleported onwards. New players will be in the wake of these events. 2.0, as we all know, much better received, and forms the basis of the game going forwards. So, one of the legacy players got a different intro than the others. I'm not too sure. I think so. I'm not the expert to quote on that, but yeah. This was, again, to say that this was the way you're ending your game, and they do. Okay, that's great. I know we have one or two legacy players in our community as well. So here's, I'm just going to snooze the ads for a quick moment. Here's the way this is going to work. I'm going to be playing through this basically single player. When we get to the dungeons, I may call for help. While a lot of the story dungeons have the duty support, if people are around, you are more than welcome to join in. Just understand, we'll be doing things at Synctac level. There may be one or two exceptions. For instance, at some point we are going to be doing a raid series called The Binding Cords of Bahamut, because I think the story on that is actually really critical, and it's hidden behind some of the hardest game content. So I may have to rethink how I do that. If you've not played before, I invite you all to play along. If you have played before, I invite you to play along. Provide your insights, your own personal experiences, but we are going to be creating a character today to play along from this. So, have you heard of critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with an expanded free trial, which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion, and also award-winning Stormblood expansion, up to level 70 for free, with no restrictions on playtime. One more thing. Because there is a lot to this game, for the purposes of our series playthrough, I will be doing The Realm Reborn. To some degree, I'm going to be saying this month I want to get to the Ultimate Weapon, which is sort of where 2.0 initially ended. I would love to actually get to the start of Heavensward, aka several cutscenes will play in succession. But certainly from that point onwards, I will be moving on to 15. Doesn't mean this game's going away. In fact, I do intend to keep playing this off and on stream, to carry on with that. But for the purposes of getting all this done this year, we will be that's our cut-off point. Now, ads are about to play, so I'm going to run a quick ad break, get the game loaded up, and we can then start character creation. So get up, get a drink, get whatever you need to do done, and I'll see you in a bit.
To the clown show.
Yes. Okay. And we're back. Sorry that was took a bit longer. I just completely forgot to run the ads after snoozing them a bit. So let's get the game loaded up. Also, apologies, it's going to be very loud. Okay. As you tell, the loading screen is already on, you know, the latest. But anyway, so we need to create a new character. Apologies, this is one of my alt characters.
Welcome to the clown show.
The clown show. This is my alt character. This is Benui with a Ganui, who is in that middle between Stormblood and Shadowbringers. My main is on the European servers. And that is my Black Mage Catboy, who is like, look at him. You just want to pick him up by the scruff of the neck. Yeah, I'll say this now: the characters you make in these games look so pretty, so pretty. But I also like how, you know, the two characters have very different energies. Like this guy, you know, he's very enthusiastic, whereas the bunny has sort of he serves, as to use the parlance of the kids. Now, as far as servers go, all that's important is that I go onto the North American data server, because I fully intend to use this as an alt for the purposes of playing with friends in the US. I would do what we have done on Diablos, but they are currently not accepting new players. I'm going to be going on to, because I know there are people on Seraph who are friendos of the stream, unless anyone has any other preferences. I know I could probably do something else on this list that'll get me bonus money and XP, but to be honest, I don't think I need the bonus XP because it's very generous, and your boy hustles, right? Your boy makes the money. He gets that bread. So you're on Primal Lamia. Okay, yeah. I know someone else on Primal, but I think for the purposes, here's the thing. So long as I'm on the right part of the world, we can play together. I was on the EU. I had a bunch of friends on the EU. So some of those friends moved away from the EU or stopped playing on the EU, and I'm just like, all by myself. I kid. Like, there is no expectation, if you know what I mean, at times. But yeah, let's make a new character. So, if you've seen what little we played on 11, a lot of these characters are going to be very familiar. So we've got the healer, who are just your human analog. We've got the Elezen, who are totally not elves. We have the Lalafell, who are terrors. We have the Mikote. Now, interesting snippet. Final Fantasy XI's cat person race only allowed you to play female. 1.014 only allowed for female Mikote. So in 2.0, they added the boys. Likewise with the Rogaden. Because the 11 equivalent was, I believe someone said that they were agender, but they were basically masculine. And again, 1.0 only had male Rogaden, which is weird because the leader for Limsa Lominsa is a female Rogaden, but you can't play them. But yeah, big ladies. And then we've got the Aura, who are technically not dragons. I like that the character description takes great points to explain to you that they are not dragons. Also, talk about sexual dimorphism. Right. Big lads, small ladies. We've got Hrothgar, who are your lion people. Again, yeah, they just look dragon adjacent. Trust us, exactly. Big kitties, like you've got your cat boys. Here are your cat men. And then the Viera, the Benuis. Okay, I know that this is very much meant to mimic Fran from Final Fantasy XII, but I feel like this outfit is a bit much, don't you? So let us decide whomst we're going to be. Yeah, I wonder why they made the outfit like that. Fran, basically Fran. My only problem with going Hrothgar or Viera, less so with Viera, but with Hrothgar, can't wear the hats. Not a lot of hats are compatible with them, which is like it's not much. How could you even suggest such a notion? That gal barely wears anything. It's less overall clothes. Exactly. Take care, you knew. I've already done Makoe and Viera. And that, no, why? Why would you do this? Remember, you bag. Okay. So I'm going to take Lalafell off the table because I do not think I could play this entire playthrough with a straight face as a Lalafell. I don't know. They're just... Nah. I'm thinking tall, big, or tall again. Do the Aura still run as though they're in Kingdom Hearts? I've never seen an Aura run. I've never seen one run, if I'm being perfectly honest. Or I've not really paid attention. Let's have a look at Aura. And of course they have two different variants. I don't like that. Yeah, maybe Aura player. Okay. No middle sliders. Okay, yes. Let's go. Nice tall lad. Do we want... I've never really played around with Aura on character creation. And then... Yeah. So we have those horns. Okay, those ones. I imagine they get very... I mean, I was about to say, I imagine they get somewhat... It's how we use the tail. This. Okay, I kind of like how fed up this one looks. Now, other features. I don't like the quasi mustache. The third horn are bloody because it's always poking. Yeah. Like, do you pick up Wi-Fi on those? We've got all various colours. I know I've said this before, by the way, when I've had this track playing for previous playthroughs. I love this take on the Prelude. This is maybe one of my favourites. Okay. So, like, we've got, you know, typical Squeenix protagonist here. Oh no. Hang on. Can we? Like, this is some fucking shonen right here, right? Yeah, like, I want to say this is a Kingdom Hearts character. I want to say this is a Kingdom Hearts character. It could be a delinquent. Pseudo antagonist from Pokemon Coliseum. Not played that in such a long time. Rock and roll, yeah. Like, this is a guy going around on a motorcycle, right? My only sort of regret, or one of the things that I kind of wish you could do, is the hairstyles you acquire on other characters as you're playing. I kind of wish you could take them back to your, like, starting character pool, because yeah. Are we doing this? I think we're doing this one. Skin color. I think there were a couple of things I want to look at first. So hair color, yeah. Sure. That's a soft. Okay, you got another one for the hairstyle. Sets her from that is very Kingdom Hearts. was on one. Kind of like that, and I kind of do dig the eyeshadow going on. Yeah, and you want big eyes, iris colour. I always tend to make mine blue, but oh wait, no, this is the iris. Okay, you know what? Keep it like that. You know what? Yeah, let's have them. Yeah, I like that. Eyebrows. Yeah? You know, I think nose as good as it is. Sorry. 1 or 3? 1 or 3? I think 3. Colour? Yeah, actually really pronounce that. Other features. Yeah, definitely got the eyeshadow. Definitely want that. Yeah, we definitely want eyebrows. No, don't really. I'm never fussed for. Okay, is the tail the right tail? I think that's not quite right for going for shonen protagonist. I think that one. So hair color. Let's get the main body. Ooh, I like that, and maybe some. What are we looking at? Oh no! What's his face? Evil dude from Pokemon XY. Is it Lysandra? Yeah. Thank you, Daikaiju. Also, welcome on in. What kind of highlights do we want? Or do we want? No, we're making a. Ooh, actually, I really. There's nothing to say that the highlights have to be right at. Right. Am I veering too far from this idea? Sorry, you have now experienced me in character creation. Skin color. I kind of feel like we need to be not quite red, but like that sort of tone. Then that. I don't know if I want the eyes to stick out more. Or Actually, yeah, you know what? That makes sense. Means maybe I want... like that. My only regret is I don't know. I find it a shame we can't change this bit, the colour of that bit. Voice. There. I don't know if that works. You hear the spy from Team Fortress 2. I'm not too sure. Okay, yeah. And you know what? I think we found him. I think we found him. Okay, so that's that bit. We'll just save that. Stream aura. What date is it today? It is 2nd of the 1st month. Today's your birthday, Milad. And there's no benefit to who you choose. There's the Fate. Wind. Travelers and Vagrants. You know what? Yeah, sure. That one. Okay. Character class decisions. And yeah, let's go for a quick job. So we can be a tank. So gladiators who become paladins. Marauders who become warriors. We've got conjurers who become white mages. We've got pugilists who become monks. Lancers who become dragoons. Archers who become bards. Thaumaturges who become black magi. And arcanists who become scholars or summoners. So I want to take off Thaumaturge because I've done the Thaumaturge start. Likewise with White Mage. I've played a Paladin, played White Mage. I've not played Arcanist, Archer, Lancer, Pugilist, or Warrior. I'm trying to think about what it... My instinct is saying monk for this guy. Like, ignore the costume. But like, this guy... Does this guy just not look like he wants to punch things? Right? Lancer has an interesting story tie-in to the next expansion. I don't know if I see this guy as a bard. Right, I don't think... Do you think he'd be seen dead like that? I don't think he's got the brains for a Thaumaturge or an Arcan... Yeah, let's go monk. This will put us in Uldar for our start. yeah, the different jobs put you in different places, but that doesn't have a huge effect on the rest of the story. It looks magical. I cast fist. I want to be on this one. Okay. I'll check something. I do have a little thing on the various aura names. Okay, they are very Eastern. Ooh, I do like Buhen fight violently in battle. You know what? I like that. And as always with my character names, yes. I think we've got a start in a new game with this character. Yes. So begins our journey. MMOs, am I right? And so begins our journey in the player queue. I mean, this is actually really short for player queues. I will say this now. I have played the last expansion on launch, and I have not experienced the traditional player queue on the congested player queue. So I'm kind of sad I missed that experience, but also kind of not.
Here. Here. Feel.
I was starting with this one already.
Hear, feel, think.
Yeah, we're not wearing this. That's our job done. Thank you for taking part in Final Fantasy 14. Hey you. You alright, lad? You were murmuring something fierce for a while there. Feeling the effects of the ether, I reckon. You'll get used to it though, don't worry. You there, halt! What's all this about? Inspection. Then search the carriage. Just me, this grizzled passenger, and two perfectly normal Ellison. I'm just an honoured peddler, friend, so don't be too disappointed if you don't find nothing, eh? Your tongue, old man, lest I cut it out. Look, sir, Somnus. Honest peddler, was it? Since when do honest peddlers deal in prohibited herbs? You're in a lot of trouble, old man. You'll rot in a dungeon to the end of your days, unless you can afford the fine. Business as usual. Amalja! Amalja! To arms! To arms! Seven elves. Consider this a warning. Now go, all of you. Oh, he just got absolutely bodied. We get to grow up to be one of them. Phew, that kind of excitement ain't good for the heart. You be careful around them black blades, lad. Bastards will have your shirt off back if you fancy it. That comet bandits they are, only less honest. Thank the gods for sending some beastmen to the rescue, eh? Hey, seems we've still got a long ride ahead. You mind keeping me company till we arrive? Them young'uns don't much care for conversation, see? That's probably good, knowing one of them they'll talk your ear off. Brent's the name, and peddling's my trade. And judging by your unusual garments, I'll wager you're one of them new adventurers. I knew it. Going wherever the wind blows, seeking glory, fortune and glory. Now that's what I call a living. As long as you can avoid dying, I mean. Ain't no secret that adventuring is a risky business. These days especially. What was it that first attracted you to it? Gain power, to win glory, to amass fortune. Or, to win glory. Glory, eh? If you're willing to take them on them tasks as other folks ain't, an adventurer such as yourself can win fame what coin can't buy. When you arrive in town, you want to report to the Adventurers Guild. Find out everything you need to know about the adventuring business in there. Just remember though, there's more important things than fortune and glory, such as breathing. You don't profit in being dead, and that's a fact. By the by, is this your first trip to Uldar? Say yes. Is it? Well then, let this journeyed itinerant tell you about the ins and outs of your destination. Uldar is ruled by the Sultana in name, but as most folk know, the Syndicate holds the real power. Them and their monetarist cronies would happily get rid of her grace altogether. But that won't happen while she commands the loyalty of the Royalists. The Royalists are nothing if not loyal. These factions have been long fought over power, throwing the weight of their wealth around against each other, and they show no signs of stopping. Of course, Lisbon, that's the Amalja. Couldn't care less about Uldaran politics. They have their own interests, see, and they ain't afraid to use force to serve them. They say war is a gift to peddlers, need breeding profit, and though it shames me to say it, I'm inclined to agree. At long last, the old Uldar, jewel of Thanalan, where folks turn sand to gold.
Deep in the sun-baked south, surrounded by the shifting sands of an endless desert,
she rises. A solitary rose amidst the dust and rock, a symbol of defiance. Her name, Ulda. Even with the coming of the seventh umbral era, hope springs eternal for the mongers and merchants who vie for lost fortunes in this bustling oasis. As the twin faces of Nold Thal maintain their vigil over all that has been and shall be, the present proffers a brave soul. One whose arrival could mark the beginning of a new era of prosperity for the realm.
Yes, we are all the hero of our own journey. And here's where we part ways, lad. I'm off to the market to deliver my wares. It's on to the high road for me. Yeah, I want you to have this. The wares, thanks for putting up with my prattle. Never did tell me your name, though. Hey, but here's an idea. Become the sort of sordid personage I can brag about having met, and I'll consider as square.
May the traders nurture our fortunes as they kindle the flames which burn within us all. For by fire are we reborn.
Really, really like... You may hear that sound a lot during this playthrough, is all I'm going to be saying. Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy Possum again! Come on! Fair enough. Everyone's looking inside. What are you standing around gawping at? Oi, adventurer, over here. I mean you. Fresh off the carriage by any chance? How can I tell? Name's Wimmond, and my business is knowing every bugger else's. Now then, what if I were to offer you some invaluable advice by way of welcome to our fair city? Be a charge even, with just this one slack. Ulda, the shining beacon of prosperity rising from the deserts of Thanalan. Reset the control scheme you wish to use. Yeah, we're going to be playing mouse and keyboard. Okay, yeah, you know what? I kind of know this. And I'm also going to initiate. Heidi Doohickey. Okay, so I'm just double checking a few things. I don't have anything already. No, I think I need to hit the what do you call it? Another port. Oh, you like this? I will say this now. I have taken this idea from some other streamers of this game. Okay, yeah, so speak to the people. Sorry, if I seem like I'm just skipping through all these like tutorials, trust me, I know what we're doing. We know what we're doing here. To be recognised as an adventurer in the city state of Ulda, you must first register yourself with the Adventurers Guild. Displaying to anyone's eyes you don't know your way around here. If I let you go wandering off down the nearest dark alley, you're certain to get mugged or worse, and I don't want that on my conscience. So before you do anything else, you'll want to head over to the quicksand and speak with Momodi. She's the master of the Adventurers Guild and can set you on the right path. Just take those steps over yonder and pass through them double doors. You'll find her inside. And that's as much as you're getting for free. Good luck with the adventuring, adventurer. We've begun the quest. Okay. One thing I'm going to do while I'm here as well, Oh, sneaky! They hide this stuff. Also, no, just for the time being. But yeah, you'll notice. Oh, yeah, quick, hide the high-poly flower pots. You know how much performance you're costing me? Huh? Huh? That's free players right here. No, seriously, this is... Complete quests by right-clicking the NPC with... Yeah. Why, hello there. Who might you be? If you're looking to join the Adventurers Guild, you've come to the right place. Name's Modi. I own this fine establishment, if it pleases you. I also manage the Adventurers Guild here in Uldar, so you might say that looking after green adventurers like yourself is my vocation. And luckily for you, that is, without someone like me to steer you right, you might soon find yourself out in the middle of nowhere, caught up in business you don't understand. Like our conflict with Eorzea, for example. They've been plaguing the Sultanate for nigh on, forever now. Then there's the Ghanaian Empire. No one can say for sure what they're plotting these days, only that they are. And the people drink and make merry, but underneath it all, there's worry. Worry and a lingering feeling of loss. And little wonder, it's scarce been 5 years since the Lesser Moon cracked open like a giant egg, releasing an abomination intent on turning the realm into an 8th hell. So much was lost in the blink of an eye. It was like the end of the world had come at last. But then things begin to get foggy. Everyone's got their own version of what happened next. Some of them 2 or 3. You think people would remember something like that? The fact is, they don't. Nobody does. There's only one thing the survivors agree upon, though. Part played by a band of adventurers who laid down their lives for a realm weren't their own. They fought valiantly, and like so many others, they never returned. Deeds worth remembering, I'm sure you'll agree. It's a shame our recollections of those brave eras are just as jumbled as those of the calamity itself. Whenever we try to call their faces to mind, it's like they're standing between us and the midday sun, permanently silhouetted. I bet that sounds poetic to you, doesn't it? Well, it's not, it's bloody infuriating. I love that. But even if we can't remember them, we're not letting them be forgotten, so we call them warriors of light. And they'll forever stand as a shining example of what adventurers can achieve. That's why I welcome new rivals like you to our fair city. All I ask is you lend a helping hand and try to leave Uldar in a better state than you found it. If you can promise that, I'll be happy to let you join the guild. Alright, then. A promise is a promise now. We can't really help to put the past behind us. We need people working and spending and bickering like the old days. And a happy and prosperous Uldar means more business for the quicksand too. Anyway, let's make this official. Go ahead and write your name in the register, neat as you can. Alness. Why isn't that a charming name? Just rolls off the tongue, it does. Alright, Mr. Buhan, on the behalf of the Adventurers Guild, I officially... Please, sir, be merciful. 12 has been witness, I swear to you. I'll bring you your money. In the East, it is said that even a merciful god might be driven to vengeance if thrice blasphemed. Be careful, you were given a 4th chance to offend. You two attend to this scum. Oh, please, mercy! Why ain't that a sorry sight? Not an uncommon one if I'm being honest. Don't worry though, if you work hard, I doubt you'll end up like him. See, it's a good thing he's got his bodyguards there, because honestly, just one swift kick. One kick. Just the same, if you ever need a bit of advice about one thing or another, pay me a visit. So don't go bothering me every time you stub your bloody toe, alright? Of course, I do enjoy hearing tell for a gentleman's words for the woman folk from time to time. Anyway, welcome to Uldar, Alness. Take a moment to catch your breath and I'll teach you a little about our fair city. Okay. That concludes the Intuitive Games tutorial. Taking the first step as an adventurer in the city of Uldar. Listen well to the wisdom of Momo P. Modi. If I get extended Lalithal names, at least they're not talking in the Taru dialect. Ugh. That was a culture shock. So, yeah, main scenario quests. Your main story that you're playing, and then you also have our job quest. So just accept this. Momodi, the proprietor of Quicksand, wants you to perform 3 tasks that help you learn the fundamentals of adventuring. Before you go charging off to find your fortune, a few basic tasks I need to perform so as to help you get to know the place. First of all, I want you to visit the Aetheryte Plaza. To get there, head west from here till you reach Emerald Avenue and look to the north. See a giant floating crystal called an Aetheryte. Weren't for Aetherites, travelling around Eorzea would be a damn sight more troublesome than it is. Of course, you still need to attune with them before you can use them, so make sure to do that with the one in the plaza. You ever tuned with an Aetheryte before, Alness? If not, just lay your hand on the thing and you'll see what I mean. When you're done with that, I want you to pay a visit to the Pugilist Guild over the Platinum Mirage. Assuming those weapons of yours ain't just for show, you might consider training there. Finally, I want you to visit Sapphire Avenue Exchange over on the steps of Fral. Goods from all over Eorzea and beyond turn up there every day. You have no trouble finding armor, weapons, or anything else adventuring adventurer like yourself might need. You might say everything's for sale here in Uldar, as long as you've got the guild. Just make sure you don't pay more than you ought, Alness. Plenty that won't scrumple to swindle unsuspecting foreigners like yourself, especially if they think no one's looking out for their best interests. Also welcome in Verdant. That's why I'm giving you this letter. When you visit the exchange, find a gentleman named Tessaroga and give it to him. I'll be happy to tell you about the markets once he's read it. In short, and thank you for the follow there. Short then, visit Aetheryte Plaza, Pugilist Guild, and the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Simple. Oh, but before you go, word of advice. Well, there's more than a few unsavory characters out there who try to take advantage of you. There's also some with honest to goodness problems who you should consider offering a helping hand to. A lot of folk are lured to the city by the promise of wealth and power. When many of them fail to realise that instead of chasing after Gil the moment they get here, they ought to be making friends. Let it be known that you're willing to give as much as you get, and opportunities will come your way. Speaking of which, you'd speak with the smith over yonder. Those lads always have good advice for up-and-coming adventurers. Otherwise, that's about it from me. Last time you got going. Oh, let me know when you're finished, will you? Then that way I won't spend my days worrying that you're down to your small clothes without a Gil to your name. Yeah, while I've played this before, personally, it's like our first time on stream as part of the longer running Final Fantasy playthrough we're doing. Okay, do you have the tutorials yet? Greetings, I'm one of the smiths, a stoker of fires, forger of futures. As a dedicated member of the Adventurers Guild, I have been entrusted with the task of providing adventurers assistance to new adventurers. As you have but recently taken up the adventurer's mantle, but possibilities stretching out before you must be positively daunting. In the Adventurers Guild, we see new adventurers as fledgling heroes. You are champions of tomorrow, our nascent stars of limitless potential. My fellow smiths and I are here to provide you with guidance, but the guild, also in its cadre of veteran adventurers, will be happy to share with you their accumulated wisdom. You're going to recognise these men and women by their title of Mentor. Mentor stands ready to advise you on any aspect of adventuring. They have hundreds of quests under their belts, and likely have a solution to whatever dilemma might be causing you trouble. Mentor may even offer to accompany you on your adventures. I highly recommend you take advice from the mentor's aid to enrich your experiences in Eorzea. Pray do not hesitate to ask me if you'd like to know more. Okay, so new adventure status is applied to all players who recently become their adventurers. Among Eorzea's thriving population, there are seasoned players known as mentors who have taken it upon themselves to assist new adventurers. When you adventure in a mentor form a party, they both receive a bonus to experience points earned. On invitation by a mentor, new adventurers can also gain access to the Novice Network, exclusive chat channel that consult with mentors and share the experiences with other beginning players. I don't think I want to do that, so yes. I know what I'm doing. Okay. There's the Ethernet. These are just like your intercity travel. You now have access to the Ethernet. Quick travel through these cities can be achieved by simply placing your hand upon Ethernet shards. Yeah, this is just how you get from place to place in the city. Anyway, we did say I want that there. Yeah, I suppose it's Kingdom Hearts-ish. Honestly, I've not played much I've played one Kingdom Hearts like a decade and a half ago, so you know, I could not comment. Hey, adventurer, might you be a come at the best of Miss Momodi of the Quicksand? Excellent, which brings us to the matter of the achievement fee. That'll be 100,000 gil if it pleases you, sir. Apologies, but I do so relish your opportunity to make that jest. Look on your face were absolutely priceless. So, why did you end up in jail, Alness? Well, I punted a Lalafell. But the fact that you were so easily deceived suggests me that you're unfamiliar with the use of ether rates. Allow me to explain. These crystalline agglomerations tap into ethereal energies and are primarily used as a means to travel swiftly from one place to another. Perchance you have heard of teleport and return. Well, these transportation spells make direct use of the Aetherites and the connection to the flow of ether. Given that there is an Aetherite in almost every corner of Eorzea, any adventurer with a mind to explore the realm will do wish to seek out and attune himself with each and every one. But even if you have no intention of wandering beyond the Sultanet's borders, it would be prudent for you to attune yourself to any Aetherites you encounter from now on. I pray you found that informative. Should you wish to learn more about Aetherites transportation magic, I should be happy to answer your questions. Turn learned. You're now able to use the return spell. So yeah, this is just... I'm not going to call it our Hearthstone, but... Did I want to double check something. Did I? Okay, yeah, I've tuned to it on the even there as well. I always find it very weird playing on the US servers at times, simply because, like, it's evening for me, but it's like midday for here, like 7. Ayo's time, local time. No, 7 time should be. I don't know. It's daytime in the US. Do not approach Her Highness with that attitude to change her altitude. No, you're not going. I'm not going to punt. Not going to punt the Sultana. She's adorable. Right. Yeah, I'm just going to grab this here as well. She's also no idiot, but she's also kind of adorable. Okay, well that's, you know, that's pugilist. We'll go pugilist skill first. Yeah, here we have Pugilist Guild. It's time to learn how to punch people. Greetings and welcome to the Pugilist Guild. I see you already walked the path of the Pugilist. Yeah, your journey has only just begun. I highly recommend you add your name to our roll, for there's no better place in all the realm to train in our discipline than here. The origins of pugilism, well, as we know it, can be traced back to the staging of the bare-handed bounce at the Colosseum. These contests attracted fighters from far and wide, bringing their myriad styles crashing together on the blood sands. Amidst this chaotic intermingling of styles, there rose a pugilist of singular strength and skill. This woman made it her life's mission to master every form she encountered as she might refine her art. Among her many song-worthy exploits, we pugilists remember her participation in a gladiator tournament most fondly. Back when bare-handed fighting was still seen as a pastime for peasants, she took on fully armed and armoured gladiators and effortlessly bested the lot of them. Word of her feats spread across the realm like wildfire, and of course, an old Dar was swiftly transformed into a centre of pugilism, with people flocking from all over to train under this master upon masters. This woman's name was Cornelia, and it was to her that the Pugilist Guild owes its existence. Art practice here is based on her all-encompassing style. This training hall is modelled upon the one she once built. And there it is, a brief history of our guild. I've told this tale 1,000 times, but gods, it never fails to fan the flames of my fighting spirit. Now then, should you wish to proceed with enrolment, you must first obtain the Guildmaster's approval. Let me know if you'd like to meet him. So, are you ready to present yourself to the Guild Master's inspection? Way of the pugilist. Ooh, get dinner. Master Hammond is among the greatest pugilists of our time. For long years, the man ruled the sands as the Holy Fist, though he has since retired in favour of training aspiring fighters. You'll find him overseeing his charges yonder. Go now and show him the fighting spirit that burns within you. Hey. No good. Okay, hang on. I want to check something. Hang on just a moment. See. CL O a closed fist drops no gill. A closed fist drops no gill. Okay. That's cute. Is that a JoJo reference? I don't know. Past time you got your ass back here. Well, what did the dancer have to say about my proposition? You're not my errand boy. There's no dancer. There never was. I'm not doing anything decent. I swear to the gods. What? You're into enroll? Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? My capacity as Guildmaster would be glad to give you a primer on the art of my hand-to-hand combat. Doubtless you already know this, but we pugilists fight with our fists and feet. While these don't deal as much damage as a blade, it hardly matters when you can land several blows for each swing of the sword. What we lack in destructive force, we make up for in speed and cunning. Under my guidance, not only will you master striking techniques, you also learn to strengthen them together to deliver an endless flurry of blows. Only through such fierce combinations can the pugilist realise his potential. Yeah! Please don't shadow box my taint. Oh, crikey, I'm spent from all this talking. You ought to speak more, son. Give me a chance to catch my breath. Where were I? Alright, joining the guild. Before you do so, I must warn you that the path of the pugilist is long and arduous. I believe you've got what it takes to go the distance. Be honest with yourself now. Can you go the distance? Well, yes. We are the shonen protagonist. Yeah, you've got fighting spirit. I can see it in your eyes. See no reason now you're placing these holes. Welcome to the guild, son. For your first lesson, I want you to test your fledgling skills against the vermin of Thanalan. Get out there and put down 3 marmots, 3 hornets, and 3 shrews. Return here when the deed is done. Okay, so our first mission is to kill the little creatures. Okay, bring them 3 marmot asses. Can you go the distance? Maybe even close the distance? Anyway. Travel through and pick up some more of these Ithorats. I always do find myself getting a little bit lost in the interior. Also, you learn that there's One thing I do a lot is I just have the map open, just so I can always see where I am. So I will need to hit up the, well, not immediately, but I will need to hit up the Moogle because he will have some nice little goodies for us. Kniving ne'er-do-well. I mean, that's what you're gonna name yourself. Ah, there you are. And you are? Oh, a newly come adventurer. But of course, I am Setharoga. What can I do for you? Ah, you would have me teach you the ways of the marketplace. Very well, that's for my fee. What, do you expect me to do it for free? Surely you jest. My dear adventurer, when you ask an old Darn for a favour, you should at least try to make it worth his while. Judging by your garb, I don't rather doubt you could afford my services. The fact you offer nothing is laughable. Here. Oh, Mistress Momodi instructed you to seek me out, did she? Consider yourself fortunate to have such influential friends. I shall be brief and you shall be attentive. You stand in the Sapphire Avenue Exchange, the busiest, most profitable marketplace in the Sultanate. Being advantageously situated in relation to the other city-states, old art markets have been as ever served as most literal and figurative centres of Eorzean commerce. All the great overland trade routes lead to our city. The majority of maritime trade between the Vilbrand and Aldenard passes through our ports. Because of this, countless companies and consortia have chosen Uldar as their base of operations. They see to it that this marketplace is awash with merchants and moneylenders, day and night. Anything a man could ever desire can be purchased here, provided he has sufficient funds. Surely there's something you seek, adventurer? A deadlier sword, perhaps, or a shinier trinket. Whatever you want, the exchange will have it. In the north, you'll find merchants peddling armor and accessories, curatives and crafting materials. And to the south, you'll find weapons, tools, and an assortment of other useful items for sale. Seek out a particular merchant or browse to your heart's content, but do try to remain aloof should you find something that piques your interest. Decisions made in the height of the moment can usually be unwise, especially where coin is concerned. That is all the complimentary aid you shall have from me, and far too much for my taste. My regards to Momodi. Now, off with you. Yeah, can I just like one kick? Sorry. Okay, so that's all that done. So let's head back to the Adventurers Guild. I do appreciate that you have fast travel in the cities. It makes things so much easier. Also, has that not been... That should be playing. Why are you not playing? Side mode, playback mode, loop. Yeah, I think we just need to put it on loop because it's not. It's on random, but when it reaches the end one, it just goes, alright, I'm done. There we go. I just noticed it was stuck on the porb. How was your tour of the city, Alness? Get lost, did you? Aye, well, Uldar's a big place with lots to see and do. Where's the cheese gone, Alness? What? Uldar's a big place with lots to see and do. But wandering around aimlessly don't pay the bills. If you're serious about making a living here, you need to remember where things are. So when you go exploring, explore like you got a purpose, eh? Alright, all that's left is to work hard and make money and spend it here in the quicksand. Okay. Must rebuild. Okay, we need to reach level 4. Well, good job. We have a job. We have our mission. Go outside and pick marmots. Okay. Yeah, outside here is fine. And I do appreciate that things you have a mission to kill will have a marker on them. Experience points. I mean, yeah. Just punch them all. Unfortunately, since we only have one ability, combat is very one note. Okay, we've got all the marmots. And then snapping shrews are over that way. Unito none. Huh. Huh. So rat form. Okay. I see. This puts me in the raptor form. Guess we have. I see. We move between stances is what I'm seeing here. I just say though, I find it very disappointing that we have rail tracks in this area, right? When have we ever seen a train? Never heard that name in my life. Gate. Does it ring a bell? No, none. Make our way through here. I'm actually kind of realising this is a bit of an irony in that I was picking a character or character class that could wear hats, and I realised this is not a character I want to have wear a hat. Like this hair has to be seen. Okay. Some hats look funny on aura. I was about to say hoorah. No. Welcome to the free word association known as my brain. Ah, you're back, and none the worse for the exertion. You false figure is truly blessed thing. Gone off to a fine start, son. To help you on your way, I want you to have this hunting log. Within, you'll find the names of various creatures, opponents that you might own your skills against. In order to become strong, you mustn't neglect your training. Indeed, a pugilist is only as good as the number of strikes he's dealt. Get out there, Alness, and let your fist fly. The time is right, I'll teach you something new. There's no limit to the potential of youth. I look forward to seeing you come into your own. Level 5. Pugilist forms. This is something I need to learn. Unlike other melee classes, Pugilist weapon skills are used to cycle 3 unique battle forms, which dictate the flow of weapon skill combos. Many Pugilist weapon skills will either change your form upon execution, or you require you be in a certain form to execute. There are also weapon skills that will grant you damage bonuses when executed while in a certain form. 3 types of forms are as follows: Raptor, Coel, and Opopo. By successfully changing your form from Opopo to Raptor to Coel, precisely in that order, you're granted an increased attack potency, as well as other additional effects based on weapon skills executed. So Oppo Raptor, the Raptor, Coel, swiftly following from one form to the next as the situation demands is key to becoming the proficient in the art of the monk. Okay. So yeah, we can see here this starts off 180. But we get a crit if we're in Oppo. But this puts us in Raptor. From here, we then can deliver a stronger hit, and then that goes into Coel. Also, deep stake. Then we have the hunting lock, which is a nice little bonus for XP when we're out and about. Where are we going? Where are we going? Yes, back to the guild. Oh, that's no barred hats for me. I mean, there's only one force deadlier than his fists, and that's his singing voice. Memodi of the Quicksand wants to introduce you to a certain someone at the Oldar Dispatch Yard. Well, young'un, how are you finding that our fair Oldar then? Got your bearings about you yet? If so, maybe at it's time you ventured beyond the city walls. Bustling streets of Oldar are one thing, but wilds of Thanalan, that's another altogether. I know a bloke like you might fancy speaking to, an EU. Name of Papashan. You'll find him over at the Udar district yard. No doubt we'll have some work for you. Dispatch yards over in central Fanaland. So head out the door across the hall. You see the gate of Nald staring right back at you. Pass through it and head east. You come upon it before long. There's dangers beyond the wall though. More than I care to count. Nothing too terrible, mind you. Feisty enough to attack you if draw near. Don't say nobody cared enough to warn you. Okay. One thing I do want to do. I believe it's up this way. Yes. Delivery Moogle. Greetings, tall one. I'm a delivery Moogle, Cooper. Oh, I know what you're thinking. Moogles are supposed to hide in trees and avoid contact with outsiders. Why ever would they agree to carry about letters? Why, indeed, if I had my way, I'd be curled up in the canopy of a nice oak, dreaming about some beautiful Mooglettes with a rainbow-coloured pom-pom, Cooper. But no! The moon had to go and drop her from the sky, causing all that terrible commotion. Its threads were shattered and link posts rendered useless. The moons, the poor wingless people of Eorzea had no way of communicating with each other beyond screaming at the top of their lungs, which no one really approved of, Cooper. That isn't all. The little horned ones asked us to assist them by delivering messages. At first we were wary of showing ourselves, worried that one of you might catch us and skin us like you do to every other forest fairy. Once we saw how much we were appreciated, we knew we found our new calling. I personally promised to try not read any along the way, Cooper. Look, we have you here. 6 new letters have just arrived for you. Okay, yeah, these are our goodies. I will take this one because this is an earring that levels with us and also gives us bonus. But yeah, we've also got outfits galore. Ooh, also. That. And what you? Yeah, that's all of all the goodies I want to grab now. I'll get the rest of the stuff later. Got a little bonus Zadar. And my little do I want that on? I think I have that off. But yeah, this don't know how much minutes. Yeah, this doesn't really give us anything yet, as I don't think. Yeah, nothing yet, but as we go through, it will slowly scale in power, and it'll also give us bonus XP. Let's, and I'll just also register this. Sindamori. Also, welcome back, Inu.
Welcome to the clown show.
Yeah, we've got our anime protagonist character, and we're just out and about. Ooh, we've got these. Okay, these are on our hunting log. You can tell by the little. I think it's supposed to be like a target, but either way, let's get these for a little bonus. Okay. So we've gone from pressing one button all the time, and we're now on to pressing two buttons all the time. Okay, and okay, that's it for those. Is that both frogs? Yeah, hornets and marmots. Excellent, excellent. Ooh, but we've got these shrews. Something, something, let's tame them. And by tame them, I mean beat the ever-loving shit out of them. There we go. Speak to the Papashan. Well, you certainly look like the part of an adventurer, my friend. Might you be the good soul Mamoni advised me to expect him? I am Papashan, station master of this humble dispatch yard. An empty title, I assure you. I'm no more than a tired old Lanafel passing his final years in quiet and solitude. Well, no, there have been plenty of both these last 5 years since the calamity struck. Devastation was vast. Yet now, true Uldans work together in doing all in our power to rebuild what lay to ruin. By the sweat of our brows and little of our home, we have rebuilt Uldar to the grandeur and majesty you see today. The railways that run through this dispatch yard too were born of noble efforts of a great many souls. There's still much work to be done. The wounds left by the calamity run deep. Isolated areas beyond our lines of supply remain, and there are places yet wanting for relief and restoration. Uldar needs the aid of you and your brethren, friend. In fact, never has our need been more dire. Which brings me to the point, I suppose. I do believe I may have some work suited to one of your ability. Okay, so we can either have bootsies. I do like looking at. Okay, they're just the same style. Or money. Well, we're going to be buying boots anyway, so. Since you come all this way, perhaps you can perform an errand for me. Just so happens the number of sentries have been sent to guard the area. Dispatch to the dispatch yard, as it were. They have been long. They have long been away from the shade and feather beds of the city. Hot days and cold nights can play hells on the mind and body out here. It isn't much, but go and give them these twilight pretzels, will you? I find comfort food always helps when I feel like killing myself. Wow, that got a bit dark, Papashan. Okay, so this forms our 1, 2, 3. So we've got someone up there. Okay, what's with this slideshow? Oh, we're just a bit. Right mode, automatic. Transition slide, playback mode, loop. I said loop. You're now looping. Great. For whatever reason, it goes on random and it gets to the end one and it goes, right, we're not doing it anymore. Oh, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to put the pretzel on the ground and place your hands above your head. Take your name and business. Find that pretzel from Papa Sham. By the gods, forgive me. You could say this new post has my nerves in a twist. I'm terribly, terribly sorry about that. Yeah, well, you can rest assured the dispatch yard is safe as long as I stand watch. Please give Papa Sham my thanks and tell him that I only wish I could repay the favour. I like how there's no difference in the run cycle for monks. Western front clear, eastern front clear. Yeah. For me, from Papa Sham, a twilight pretzel. My favourite, how did he know? Can't fight on an empty stomach now, can I? Actually, I can't fight on any stomach. I suppose you could say I have no stomach for fighting. Yeah. It's just like, normally when you pull out a weapon, you actually get like it's a different, right, run pose. It's just the same, because they're just fist weapons. Oh, save me. Scorching nights, freezing... Oh, scorching days, freezing nights. It's supposed to be the end of me. Twilight pretzel? Don't mind if I do. No, that's a refreshing goddamn pretzel. I feel reborn. And with a great deal fewer pretzels, I see. Tell me, how firm are Sorn sentries? Have anything to report? Anything at all? What? Nothing? Are you sure oh dear. Take this for your troubles then, and stay a moment. There's more I would ask of you. Yeah, that's straight up. Alness. I have just this moment. No, the time for concealment's passed. Truth is, even before I had to deliver those pretzels, I was privy to some most unsettling news. The real reason I sent you to meet those Salt and Sworn. A young noblewoman from a very prestigious family has run away from home. I've been ordered to see to her safe return. The Salt and Sworn you met earlier are assisting with the search. Last they see, it seems they've found no trace of her. I apologise for not being frank with you from the start. We must proceed with caution. Should word of her disappearance spread, I fear others with less honourable motives may join the hunt. And should we allow her to come to any harm, not even 100 beheadings would be punishment enough. This cannot happen, Alness. It must not. Need you to help me find her. Raise to 12. I knew I could count on you. I've instructed the others to expand the search, but Thanland is vast and there are only so many of us. The young noblewoman's name is Lady Lilira. I want you to go south and look for in the vicinity of the Sultan tree. Good luck. I want to carry that guy around in the bag. I mean, there are this is pretty much the city of where Lalafell have taken up residence. You can find them elsewhere, but this is primarily where they are. What I'm saying is, there's plenty enough. You can take a couple home if you want. All I was going to do was punt them. But anyway, let's go and learn more from the pugilists. Also, I notice you there, Unito. Guildmaster Hammond wishes you to learn the basics of combinations. You've been training hard, Alness. I could tell by the lightness of your steps and the strength in your fists. I reckon you're ready for your next lesson. Before we begin, some warming up's in order. For this, I've scattered some gil across Uldar. I want you to run across the city and pick it all up. Now, that's my money line out there, so I want you to go about it. There's a Namalja war band on your heels. In other words, I want you to sprint. Of course, you can't go sprinting indefinitely. Your body needs to rest after a while to teach both speed. This might sound elementary, but I'm telling you this to demonstrate a point. As a pugilist, it's essential that you learn to pace yourself in the fight, else you're liable to get worn out. When that happens, the fight's as good as over. You'll be sorry that if you had better on yourself. Okay. Could mean anything. Now, something I have learned is when you're looking for collectibles in this game, little mission objectives like this. I always want to try and keep to the outsides of the circles first. There's just a way that they set things up in this game to be found where you're always better off looking at the edges first before moving into the middle. Excuse me, ladies. Thank you. Anything on this edge? No. Here? Ah, faded kills. Yeah. Still their guild, why don't you? Those poor, hard-working dancers. I know. I'm rather cruel. Okay, but if I really want like the anime protagonist, I need to be running with a slice of toast in my mouth. It would be faster to have a girlfriend stolen by a possum. Not the girlfriend, the money. We're stealing the money. Old and heartless cash. Exactly, I know. Ah. The Thaumaturge Guild. If you do this mission, you're going to be learning everything you needed to know about Lalafell family, and we're too afraid to ask. Just but one thing you must remember when channeling the dark. I love the little guys here. Ah, where are they? Little guys just like, look at them. Little weirdos. Anyway. What do you mean you love us? Don't tell me you're an Lalafell now. My money laying out there, son, and thank you to hurry up and pick it all up before some vulture swoops on it. $500 gil. Crack, it is good for a week's worth of... I mean, well done, Alness. Now you've all warmed up, we can see you to your lesson. A trial, to be precise. Take your... God. So that wasn't his money that we were picking up. That was the dancer's money. Oh. Take yourself to Scorpion Crossing in Western Thanaland. There you will find 4 large stones. The trial stones, they are called. I want you to deal each of these stones a good boot shank combo. The impact will arouse the earth sprites to sleep within, which you must then defeat. If you find yourself hard pressed, there's no shame in running away. You're still learning the ropes after all. Once you've got your wind back, you can hurl yourself into the fray again. And remember this, strikes bring down opponents, but it's your footwork that keeps you standing. Now off with you, Alness, and good luck. Okay, yeah, new weapon as well. I am going to say this now. Okay, Western Thanaland. Down this way. A common saying that monks stay off material positions. Oh no, we're just bare knuckle boxers at this point. We're not that much removed from Brad Pitt in Snatch. Okay, this is a fight. Actually, it's good that we've got the knuckle dusters, because yeah, I would not want to be punching this on its own. There we go. Okay, this is not the mission. This is the mission. That's We'll come back to that in a bit because that's how you unlock housing. But we do not have the money for housing, so... Okay. These seem easy enough. The housing money is one thing, but it actually being available is another one entirely. Yes. I mean, I have managed to get a house before. Actually, really nice. Some really nice beachfront property. But that being said, you know, we have just started, so we are not going to have the, you know, nearly 4 million gil you need to actually get one. Housing markets mess everywhere. I know. At least though I do like how you have the free company system where like the free company can have a house, but then within that house you can have a little room for yourself as well. I do like that. As well as, you know, apartments that you can get. Yeah, sleep outside, you bum. Okay. This is going to be a case of, wait, he awoke the spirits. He awoke the spirit. Oh, what? Say you're giving the earth sprites, what for? Well done, Alness. By smiting earth, stone and earth, you forge unyielding weapons of your fists. And I just fought the vigor, Alness. I just like myself in my younger days. This must be the promising recruit you've been telling me about. Well, of course it's promising. He's training under Hamun Holy Fist. That's our Master Hammond. I want to start up if I introduce my assistant yet. This is Chuchuto. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. As introduced, I serve as Master Hammond's right hand. But there's still much more. So it's still much and more that I have yet to learn. Together, let us strive for mastery in our art. Chuchuto joined the guild soon after I was made its master. She's my very first student, as a matter of fact. Well, there was one other to be sure, but let's not dwell on the past, master. It was Alness's bright future we were discussing. Which reminds me, you collect my gil from him? My gear's rather worn down and I do need the money for repairs. Yes, Alness's future is with us is bright indeed. If he keeps up his efforts, he may well be the next Holy Fist. Train hard, young one, and grow strong. When the time's ripe, I'll have another little lesson for you. Oh yeah, plenty of little lads and masses here. Okay. Okay, now that's Chumburi as well. Or that. Yeah, they're the same. Let's grab the gloves, because I'm looking at that shirt, and that shirt is like... Okay, so that's level 10, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get... This is the home of the Alness, so it's like... There's going to be a lot of short people. And the overwhelming temptation to start kicking. Okay. Ah, that's where we wanted to go. Okay, it's working. Okay, I was getting worried that the thing had stuck there again. That's going to be very annoying. Running through the wilderness. Okay. Do you think we could take him? Do you think we could take him? We're not. We're not. No. In a fight, right? You mean to tell me there's ways to take them in other ways? I mean, they did say 2025. Oh, Sultan Tree. About to enter an instant battle. Instant battles only occur during certain quests and missions. The moment to read the information displayed in the active help window before answering the call of duty. Okay, so yeah. Let's fight.
Oh, Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line, forgive my weakness. My failings have cost us dear.
Better piece of voice acting.
Show yourself.
As you command, O Lilira.
It's him.
Forgive my selfish desire to assure your welfare.
I don't recall requesting an escort. Simply pretend we never met and continue on your way.
We both know I can do no such thing. It isn't safe for you here alone. It isn't safe for anyone. Not with this etheric disturbance. It's as though the dead are watching us. And I'd prefer not to join them, if it's all the same to you. Ah, you must be the one the Papa Shan mentioned. Congratulations on finding our elusive young charge.
Who the hell are you?
You'll have to forgive her impetuousness. What she lacks in discipline, she makes up for in stubbornness. You should return with us. The station master will be eager to thank Lady Lilira's protector in person.
Okay, the birds here get big. And also fucked up.
Alas, the station master will have to wait. Dear Lilira, for my sake, please stay out of harm's way. As for you, dear friend, for Lilira's sake, please stay in harm's way.
I am harm's way. Come listen and tend to our uninvited guest. Okay. Okay. Forget that Taliesin Jaffe. Yeah. Sam Regal as well for Alphano, if I remember correctly. For this period, once we get to Heavensward, we get settled into the more permanent voice cast, which on the whole I think is better. There were one or two casting choices that I prefer here, but yeah. Heavensward Alphano. I don't want to punt Heavensward Alphano. Is what I'm saying. Okay, if I miss... Oh! Flank. Ah, that's a positional.
Whew.
Right. This is very normal to you, is it? More normal than you think. What was this? Magical shiny? Magical shiny? Got through this much quicker than you did. I mean, once again, anime protagonist. Magical shiny.
Hear, feel, think.
We've got the little crystal. That seems bad. Seems very bad.
Crystal bearer.
Also, I realised we hit ads. I really didn't want to hit ads at this bit.
I am Heidelin, all made one.
Oh, well, I mean,
A A
Okay,
light there
nice,
once was
nice to meet you, Mrs.
that
Crystal.
shone throughout this realm, yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead, presaging an end to life. For the sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate. The power to banish the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth and lay claim to them.
Oh, a big crystal.
By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal themselves to thee. Only believe, for the light liveth in thy heart.
Well, a lot of you here for this, you know, crystal-studded void.
Go now, my child, and shine thy light on all creation.
Yeah, the talking rock has spoken. Crystal Mother has spoken.
Ah, coming around now.
Would you mind telling me what that was?
That was an ugly monster.
If I only knew. A denizen of the void at any rate.
The void sent? Here? But how?
Well, you know, they were sent by the void.
The question isn't how, but who. We're not dealing with bookless bandits.
Also,
Don't suppose the answer came to you in a dream?
hear, feel, think, shine light on creation, gather crystals. That's all
No
I'm working
sooner
with.
did you fell the beast than you fell asleep. Too much ether, no doubt.
You say that like I can't hold a drink.
Interesting. I hadn't considered the crystal. But of course, this changes everything. Oh, just thinking aloud? At any rate, we haven't a moment to spare. I must return and report this at once.
Maybe
I
the mummy
leave
speech
Lady
again.
Lilira
What? You
in
must
your
not eat open.
capable
You must not read
hands.
from the book.
How dare you pass me about like a swaddled babe? I shall return and tell them myself.
How you got in this mess in the first place? Also, no one storms
As
off
you
quite
wish,
like
your
Lalafell.
impetuousness. I suspect we shall meet again before long.
Like, you know, not only does it look slightly ridiculous, but because of their statue, they're taking twice as long to do the storming off.
Until then, do try and stay awake.
Listen, you can't tell me what to do. I will honk shoot right. In fact, you know what? Can I? Hang on. Emotes. Boo, 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 boo. Where are you? those. Right, hang on. Can I then round? And okay, that's the best. That's the best we can do. Also, actually, this is maybe the most important thing I need to do. We need to find out what our idle pose is. All right, that okay, that's a good one. I think that's a little too much. Okay. Oh yeah, we have a winner. We have a winner. What's the next one though? Nah. Neutral. There we go. Yeah. So and now whenever we idle. Yeah, there we go. It's the little things. It's the little things that bring out your character, right? That is peak anime protagonist posing. Okay, yep. Yep. Thank the gods you've arrived. You had us all so worried. You do realize what would happen if a person of your noble stature were to be injured, or worse. Why, her Grace the Sultana would be beside herself with grief, and so would her subjects. I dare say they'd be weeping in the streets. But I've already given you cause to weep, Papa Shan. You and the people of Voldar. Please, you're not to say such things. We will find it, I swear to you. Not my place to make demands, my lady, but I beg you, please stay out of harm's way. I apologize for causing you undue worry, Papa Shan. I shall refrain from travelling unescorted in future. I can't thank you enough, Alness. I understand you fought bravely to protect Lady Lilia from voids and feats. For your gallant service, you deserve all the riches in the royal vaults. And as a small token of my gratitude is the best I can offer. A sarcastic man with a strange contraption strapped to his shoulder? I see you met Thancred. I love that. That's like, oh yeah, sarcastic man with a weird device. Yeah, that's Thancred. Yeah. Yeah, everyone knows Thancred. Yeah, he's just a weirdo with the thing and the attitude. He's a scholar who spends his days investigating oddities in ether. Rather too fond of the sound of his own voice for my liking, but perfectly harmless. As for you, Alness, you're just the sort of adventurer we need around here. I pray you share the same kindness to the people of the Thanalands you did to us today. Okay. Raw actions. Raw actions. Okay, yeah, this is second wind, which is just a nice little free heal. Sisidoa needs a reliable adventure to deliver a gift to the coffer and coffin. You're an adventurer, yes, but you're not otherwise occupied. I have a favour to ask. I have resolved to repay a debt of gratitude which I owe to the owner of the coffer and coffin. For this purpose, I purchased from the royal plantations a prodigiously plump pumpkin, a particularly popular piece of produce. Please! Alas, I cannot find it. I cannot part this place to procure and proffer the pumpkin. You see, the scheduled shipment from the Nanawa mines, for which I wait, is late. Taru, speak again. Taru, speak again. I would prevail upon you to pick up the pumpkin in my state. You can't do that to me. No. I will prevail upon you to pick up the pumpkin in my stead and see it safely to the coffer and coffin. Present this receipt of purchase to Gargari at the royal plantations, and she will yield it to you. I apologise for asking you to attend to this time-consuming task, but I truly appreciate your assistance. If Sisidoa don't come calling soon, this spectacular specimen shall sadly be past its prime. Oh, she would deliver this decadent delight. I can say with confidence that any gourmand would be grateful for such a grand gift. Not you. Nope. Here is the pumpkin. I hope it meets with Roger's approval. Fresh produce is somewhat scarce in these parts, and such we are always deluged with demand. You know the way to Coffer and Coffin, correct? It's beyond the bridge to the northwest. Look for a place where local labourers lounge. Oh, who are you? Won't impress me. I merely came unprepared. I didn't think when I left my bed this morning that some slighted scold with a pesty-sized chip on her shoulder might challenge me to a bloody duel. I wasn't about to refuse her, not with everyone watching and my reputation on the line. I ain't one thing, it's Craven. There I am, bloody and bruised while the hell cat sits over there smirking. What she did ain't proper and I plan on learning her a lesson. Just this time we'll need a bit of help. What to say? Sure. So these are like... She's all yours, friend! These are like in-world events that you can trigger or stumble upon. Spiders Cravens, what you all are. And other people can join in on these as well. They're not necessarily essential, but they get you like a little bit of extra XP and some other little currencies. Aha! Oh, I see. We've got a gladiator. Okay, and then we get XP and money. I'll see you again. I swear it. Bye. Have a great time. Do you think we're the baddies? Oh. Okay, I could take the bridge, but these... Okay, I'm gonna just say this now. This is the closest in this game I'm ever gonna come to fishing. I have not taken up fishing on my other two alts, and I will not be starting now. Jassy! I'm just looking around and it's like, wait, Jassy, is someone else around here? So I do always love seeing the Aetherites from a distance. And just the way that they're always like, you know, twisting and turning. So where am I? Could be. Well, I've already got a Nito following around. Like, I won't put it past other people just be silently stalking me. I've had one person suggest that they might show up as a Lalafell in a Tombury costume, and just to be ever so slight, oh, just following me in general. Drink for your laddie. You won't get better ales or spirits for your coin at me place. How about a plantation pumpkin? What's that? We Sissy Doe asked you to bring this here to me? So even that foul-mouthed drunk knows the meaning of remorse. I reckon this is for the time I carried his drink soda nurse back home. But else, any good store is honest to God's pumpkin from the royal plantations. I can't wait to see what the cooks will do with her. The lads here scoffed down beastly amounts of meat, and it started to tell on their elf. It'd be good to get more vegetables in their bellies. Assuming I can get the stubborn bastards to try something new. Thanks for the help, laddie. Okay. More marmot meat. Right, we need to eat another. How you became friends with Alfie? Prudence at this junction. Word is Blackbridge Station is sorely undermanned. The stone torches there can't get a moment's peace. Bloke by the name of Warren is hoping to bolster their numbers for a short-term assignment or two. If you fancy putting on a few extra gil in your pocket, you can do a lot worse. It's technically in the Christian faith, marmots are fish. You think I'm joking? The longest story is, I believe, in certain marmots South American or where are marmots located? Oh no, not no, they're Asian. Himalayan marmot, Nepal, India, and Tibet. The idea that in certain areas fish are not really commonly found, and so on, say, Fridays or during Lent, where they can't eat meat but they need to eat something, they would usually eat fish. So the Catholic Church designated the marmots to be safe to eat on those days, aka fish. A wise possum, I must ask you, what is the highest DPS class in Final Fantasy XIV? Scholar. That's wrong. It's all wrong. Looking for work perchance? If so, you can have come at a better time. Astrologian. They make everyone see stars. Now, what's the best healer in Final Fantasy XIV? Warriors. We stone torches are self-source hired by the Imagina and Sons mineral concern to protect its interests. Our primary duty here is to keep the tracks clear of pests, and for this purpose we require your aid. I should point out, however, it can be messy work, and liable to get messier still if you're ill-prepared. A simple piece of gear can mean the difference between life and death. I'll not have it on my conscience I sent an ill-prepared adventurer on an untimely demise. See to it that your arms and armour are in order. When you're ready, present you some to me. And equip your head, body, arms, legs, and feet with gear of item level 5 or above before returning to speed. Okay. I need to go shopping. Oh, look at that. Wait a minute. I think someone's setting up a little... I was either going to say scholar or culinarian. Shops. Yes. Okay. So we're gonna need to. It's gonna be a while before we get to the old. Head, body, hands. Okay. So yeah, we're actually gonna need to swap that out for something. That's okay, so that's just we don't need to get the gloves, so it's just trousers and just trousers now. Oh, hang on. No. Well, one of these I don't need on me. But I don't need that. Obviously, that's not the one I'm wielding, so... Change your hotbars again. Leggies. How much do I need for leggies? Okay, yeah, you know what? I might need to do a little bit of work. Well, okay, we've lost anime protagonists' privileges. Everything appears to be in order. Does it? Does it? You know that no one is guaranteed in this world. Fate is a fickle mistress after all. At any rate, capable adventurers like yourself are few and far between. I will not have you throw your life away. I have to bury too many comrades who brushed aside cracks in their hauberks and dints in their helms. No matter what you face, do not disregard the importance of gear. Oh yeah, they don't do, yeah, Super Polite doesn't take you to 1 HP anymore. Only takes to half HP. Presumably because too many healers were having heart attacks. Why did I need to buy my chest piece armor if you are going to give me my chest piece armor? I mean, the colour doesn't even make it better. I'll take the cash. A heart attack for the healer, it's the fun part. Is it? Is it? Let's get to it then, shall we? All wagons pass through this station every day, not without incident. Wagons coming through and going from the dispatch yard to the south must pass through a tunnel by Fesca's Watch. Tunnel which some genius saw fit to put an ore storehouse, creating ideal conditions for a goblin nest. So now the ore-loving beasts have taken up residence in the tunnel we dug, while practically delivering meals to their doorstep. But no more. To enter the tunnel quest, you'll find a narrow fissure where the goblins hide. Use this silver ore cluster to lure out the creatures and slay them. It's so kind of fun when one gets pulled by their hero into the AoE. I know. Well, might as well, at the very least, sell these dollary-doos. I can buy the trousers. You came looking to hire a chocolate porter. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Our birds are very fickle creatures and tend to become agitated around those with a certain lack of demeanour. Return here once you've proven you can handle yourself, and I'll presently see you assigned our best bird. Okay, level 10. And we did assign ourselves to that. Good. What's the size of the insects here? Let's bait out the creatures. Yeah, they are. Faces only a mother could love. Just a little noise. So elf water. Ah, we need to kill these. And there's an event here. It spawns plenty of them. So let's... You know what? It was like, Al, you do way too many of these fates. I say, I don't do enough. I can fish in that water with all them rotting elf corpses. Oh, thank you. Well, you know what? Fuck you then. Bloody fine day for fishing. What have I done to hurt you? What have I done for you to say something so cruel? Yeah, you know what? I think as soon as we get some of the money for it, I'm definitely going to need to start getting a glam together for him, because I don't think this is his luck. Well done. Shan't be easy work to keep the tunnel free from goblins. Our wagons should be able to go unmolested for a time. Disruptions to all shipments threaten not only the interests of Amargina and Sons mineral concern, but of Uldar itself. One man lacking these train taxes for veins that bear our nation's lifeblood. Only we had more men like you to lend a hand. You know what? I'll take the punches. Okay. Suzumeda. Ah, the altruistic adventurer. I was hoping we'd bump into each other. Why? Because the most fascinating piece of news recently reached my ears. I'm eager to share it. May I? Rumor has it there's a vast untapped vein of ore beneath the ruins of Sildir. But that is not all. Inconceivably, the concern appears to be entirely ignorant of its existence. And even as we speak, a young upstart, a self-made merchant from Stone's Throw of all places, is moving to claim it. The fellow's name is Wiston, and is a very, very ambitious young man. Not only does he intend to secure exclusive excavation rights, but they say his master plan is to use his new fortune to curry favour with the Sacrarium. Of course, thaumaturges only consider the opinions of the most wealthy when drafting laws of Uldar. If you had your voice heard, you must be prepared to pay a sultan's ransom. One voice, which is invariably heard, belongs to Lord Lolorito. He has long lavish skill upon the thaumaturges, and some claim that he devises new laws with the express intention of ruining his competitors while protecting his own interests. Suffice it to say, if Wisdom thinks he can compete with the likes of the Syndicate, he's in for a rude awakening, but eventually may be yet a little way off. For the present, he is moving ahead with his plans and assembling a team to survey the site. I'm told he's at the Coffer and Coffin right now, recruiting able-bodied adventurers to escort his prospectors. Warren said you were looking for work. Mayhap you should meet Wiston and volunteer for his expedition. Okay, but first... Okay, leg sweep. Stuns, okay. Let's just return home and grab ourselves some more not gladiator, pugilist quests. Okay, I just love that there is a guild called EP. Okay. Oh, even better stuff. Even better stuff. Ah, there you are, Alness. I see you've been training hard as ever. Your eyes are starting to have the sharpness of a predator about them. Last time you learned basic combinations. Today I'll have you build on that knowledge. I set 5 wooden dummies outside the guild on the merchant strip. By way of a warm-up, I want you to do each side bootshine combo. Oh, don't mind the townsfolk who's gathered to watch. Okay, what scheme have you set up here? Uh-huh. Okay. We're just running advertisement for the guild. So wooden dummies have felt your wrath. Good. Now we can move on to your lesson. When you first came to us, I taught you that the combinations make a pugilist. What you need to know next is not any hodgepodge of strikes make a combination. In order to feint, natural flow from one technique to another. So how would have you practice one of the most elementary combinations of the pugilist arsenal? It goes like this. Lead in with a swift brute strike combo, keep your foe off balance with a true strike, then bring it home with a blistering snap punch. For practice, combinations such as this will become second nature. They must if you expect to become an accomplished pugilist. Now, you need some opponents to practice on. The Quicker that infests the rat's nest in central Fanland ought to serve. Hit them with a snap punch 3 times, and we'll call that a lesson well learned. Okay. So let's head to, Blackbrush. Ah, yeah, I forget. I've got the freebie tokens. Okay. Yeah, clearly it's a honeypot scheme somehow. I mean, only if I end up covered in honey. Look at these little guys. Look at him. He doesn't know what's coming. It's a little whale when they die. Anyway, while we're out here, because it's going to take a while for my return to return, let's go and do the MSQ here. No, it's down, but yeah, he was at the Coffer and Coffin. Clutch! Good news, you can't die from a fall in this game. It's amazing what you can live through. Come to join? Sorry, but you're too late. Some brass blades looking for extra coin volunteered and teams already en route to the ruins. But look, I know it's not easy to find work these days. If you're interested, there's something else you can do for me. There are these children outside, little ones from Stone's Throw. I look after them when I have time to spare, and so they've taken to follow me around, even when I tell them not to. With what we've overseen the search for the vein, I barely had a chance to visit the privy at the moment, much less entertaining younglings. You think I'm these ginger cookies, convince them to go home for me? Okay, we're giving food to children. I ain't going nowhere, mister. I'm too hungry to move. Besides, you have to carry me. Have a cookie. Cookie? Well, if Wisdom really wants me to go home, then alright. Well, what to next time? Alright, playing with Wisdom. Make sure no one bullies us. What's this worried about us? Oh, I don't want to make him worried. Good girl, so I'll go home. I'm convinced these are just normal Alafel. Winston's kind to us. I like him. It's for me. I want to eat him, but then again I don't, because then he'd be gone. Tell Winston thanks and tell him I'm sorry for getting in the way. But Winston always plays with us. Why won't he come out and play? Wow, ginger cookie. I better save some for my brother. I know, I'll go home and eat with him. Thank you, adventurer. I only wish I could do more. Stone's Throw is no place for a child. Not that my childhood was much happier. Never enough food to go around, nor work to earn it. No shortage of contempt from the great and the good. I remember thinking things could only get better. And now, after the calamity and everything else, for us refugees to be forced to live outside the gates like bloody beastmen is a disgrace. They say with enough money you can change the laws here. We're going to make a fortune and do just that. I'll pay the excavation rights and start my own mining business. Then give my fellow refugees the work they're crying out for and pay them fairly. Mining companies have profited from our suffering for too long. When their hubris have gone complacent, presenting us with a golden opportunity. And we will take it, adventurer. We will reclaim our dignity, and with it, our place within these walls. We found her! We found the vein! Winston, you must come and see. Ready? Amazing! We leave at once! You should join me, my friend. Come and bear witness to history in the making. I don't know who you are. Not at the moment. Okay. We're going from here. Yeah, I'm definitely not accepting free company invites unless I know who you are. Oh, okay, we've got something else on the hunting log. We've got these Spriggans. A cross between a bunny and a soot sprite. Yes, the bunny is. Why not the bunny is? Also, they're not innocent, they're grave robbers. So, I'm getting the feeling they're not the only ones. Balls, son. A vein of ore in the middle of a ruined bloody city. Goddamn idiot. What do you think was gonna happen? They drag it rich and get goes with the order? Well, the master's all done, look on. No one crosses the syndicate. The syndicate? Ha! Finally sunk in, has it? Well, look at this. Not all your friends deserted you, it seems. Lucky boy. Now you have to die alone. O mournful voice of creation, grant ye this humble stone a soul, that it may wake to life. Who's that spouting gibberish? Show yourself! This ain't part of the plan. Bloody hell, does Lord Lorito mean to kill us too? Only a monster of stone? It's like we've trained for this. Actually trained for this. With training stones. You are strong, but you're strong enough to withstand this. I mean, we just stand out the way. And stand away. Possible. Never has the gun been so sorely tested. Well. The golem could be vanquished. That man is no ordinary adventurer. I'm not an ordinary adventurer. I'm the anime protagonist. Damn, seems like I missed all the fun. I see you didn't need my help this time. Oh ho, having a flashback. We're having someone else's flashback. I would compose a ballad in your honor, but I fear no words would do you justice. The songstress of all Dar herself could not rival your beauty. Oh, stop it! I have often heard said that Blossom's beauty can move a man to love and long. I never truly believed it until I met you two desert roses. I hear they attacked another caravan. Aye, and business is suffering for it. Bloody Mauja. What stirred them up, do you reckon? Another raid. Now wager that caravan was carrying crystals, much like the last. If they truly mean to summon a primal, we must act quickly. Are you coming, love? You won't keep a girl waiting, would you? Perish the thought. So tell me, where in this marvel of a city might you lovely ladies be staying? At this rate, grain will soon be more precious than gold. A result of the uncommonly bad harvest, to be sure. We have you to thank for them, do we not? Aye, this weakening of the etheric flow must surely be linked to Dalamud's descent. And of course, for the primals, a fine mess. We must not lose hope. As it is before the fall. Louisoix will know what to do. We need only trust in his judgment. Truly a marvel. Guardian ingenuity. I could reach out and touch the ether. Time to focus. No more gallivanting about like before. The Scions are counting on you. Have faith. Just have faith. You can do this. This disturbance is recent. Sultanry? Maybe Papasham will know something of it. I'm just waiting for him to start running into a wall. Looks like they gave you quite a thrashing. Can you walk? It's me. It was too late. Our person of interest has already quit the scene. The General? Very well, I shall be there anon. My colleagues went to great lengths to provide me with the means to detect etheric disturbances. But every time I find one, you seem to be in the middle of it. I'm starting to wonder if it might not be simpler to just follow you around. Sadly, I have business elsewhere. Tread softly, my friend. The carefully laid trap you dismantled was clearly sanctioned by Lord Olorito. I hear the Blades mentioned him as they fled. Believe me when I tell you he's not a man to be trifled with. The Sultana's enemies grow bolder by the day, and I suspect they have the support of outside forces. Thank you. If you hadn't come along, those bastards would have slaughtered us all. I would speak with you further, but it isn't safe for us to linger here. Find me at the Coffin later. Till then, stay safe. I shall accompany Whiston and his men. They need protection, and I need more information. But where are my manners? I've yet to properly introduce myself. I am Thancred, a humble scholar studying the flow of ether in Thanalan. It's an honour and a privilege to make your acquaintance. I hope when next we meet is under more auspicious circumstances. Farewell. Wait a moment. It occurs to me that we may have... Never well. Never mind. Fairly well. Never well. Fairly mind. What are you looking at? Okay. Let's head back up here. We got the wolves. Oh. In here? Why is that showing? No, it's not. Well, bless you, my friend. Risk your life, save ours. Betrayed by my own guards. Gods, I was a fool to trust those men. Olorito owns the goddamn blast blades. I should have questioned their motives from the start. Even though when I could hardly predicted the wealthiest man in Ordar would want me dead. Against crime seeking to change the law. Just a merchant, for God's sake. That ruthless bastard. What of that monstrosity? Those were his own men. It beggars belief. Well, that's it. I'm finished. I've stayed in Ordar longer. I'm as good as dead. My associates, my friends, God, even the children might not be safe if I don't disappear. And you, God damn it, if Lorito learns of your involvement, you'll be next. I'll speak with the others and make sure your partners stay secret. Beyond this, I don't know what to suggest. Maybe you should seek the counsel of Mistress Momodi. She's helped countless adventurers in her time. Maybe she'll know what to do. Go quickly now, my friend. Lorito's spies may be watching. Okay, well. We were going back to town anyway. Eh? You already mastered the snap punch combination? Crikey, Alness, you're natural at it. Just like I was. Not to brag, but I happen to be a veritable storm of flying fists when the mood strikes me. I treat you to a demonstration here and now, except I'm liable to tear down the entire guild in the process. Master Ammon has a penchant for regaling us with tales of his exploits, but these never amount to a demonstration. His favourite is a victory over the fearsome marauder, Wide Axe, who he found with a combination so swift and seamless that so you can see his hands. So the legend goes. That one never gets old. Our dearest master's humility aside, progress is truly astounding, Alness. If I don't keep you on my toes, you're liable to surpass me in amount of moons. Just between you and me, Chuchuto's been a bit of a slump of late. It all began when our closest friend and guildmate suddenly up and disappeared. Rurukuta's the lad's name. He and Chuchuto joined the guild together. The two of them were born to refugees, or orphaned in the calamity. Not long after I was made guildmaster, I found them on the streets, starved near to death. You know what every decent man would. Took them in, clothed them, and fed them. When they were strong again, I said I wanted to become pugilists like me, so I trained them more as well. Since then, they've been friends and rivals both. One helping to raise the other up. What that we knew what had happened to Rurukuta. But we're talking about you, Alness. Proving yourself a worthy member of our guild. Training hard and learning fast. To recognise your efforts, I grant you leave to join other guilds. Of course, before you can take up another discipline, you really need to receive permission from the relevant guildmaster. Combat's your call, and you might like to see out gladiators or thaumaturges. We prefer an alternative to cracking schools. Aldar's also famous for weavers, goldsmiths, alchemists, and miners. All he's looking up to him was a figure of speech. As a guildmaster, though, it pleased me most if you placed our art above others. Whatever you choose to do, know that I wish you the best. So yeah, now, if we wanted to, we could swap, we could swap classes. All right. Hit those. Armory unlocked. You have access to the armory system. Quests to unlock the other classes can be undertaken by speaking to the receptionist of the corresponding guild. There exists myriad disciplines in the Eorzea that adventurers can take up. The most rewarding experience, however, is recommended you first focus on mastering your current class. So yeah, we have other classes that we can take part of. But for now, yeah, I will be just sticking with at least the weapons are a little more stabby. It will be a bit of a while before I get the what do you call it, the glamours going. Down, Alness, you've got nothing to worry about. No one seems to know you were at the ruins. Whiston, on the other hand, is now a pariah. It's about as welcome round here as a rabid wolf, poor bugger. Suffice to say, that boy erased the wrath of the wrong man. Lord Lolorito, chairman of the Isaldano Trading Company, generous contributor to the Order of Nalthal, and member of the Syndicate. Didn't get where he was by leaving loose ends that way. That's why he ain't above killing his own men. Also, thank you for hydrating the chat and for hydrating the possum. Else, even if those blades knew what were coming, it's not like they could refuse to do their benefactor's bidding. There is a culling of you of all Alness. It's true that there are some here who aren't afraid of crack-filled skulls if it gets them what they want. But most of us are decent folk just trying to make ends meet. You know, a lot of people would call you a damn fool for risking your life to save a marked man. But I believe you did a good thing, Alness, and for that you have my respect. Listen, you've been through a lot lately. Why don't you rest for a spell? Now have the boys at the Hourglass set up with a room, my treat. Just have a word with Otopa Popota. Otopa Potopa. Whenever you feel like staying. Lalafell names. In rooms now available. And when you've got your appetite for adventuring back, consider taking on a guild leader or two. We've been with a lot of requests from locals looking to hire adventurers for various jobs. Good way for you to earn yourself some extra gil. Eustace can tell you about more about how the system works. Go and speak with him if you're interested. Got a feeling that making Alness read a list of Lalafell names could be fun. Vods, I need you to take Nito out back. This is a joke. Okay. I tend to find guild leaves not all that useful for leveling, but or at least combat leveling, but great for if you need a little bit of extra push with crafting. Okay. Now we go. So that end. Yes. Yeah. It's quite late now. So, welcome to the inn room, and what I'm just going to do, I'll create a new one. So, yeah, 6 of for sakes of our sort of like, I like to wrap up with a little like this is how we How we end? Wait for it, wait for it. I also know that we also have, I believe it is in actions and traits. Extras, yes, those. Ooh, I like this. I like this pose. Okay. You're all aware. We're going to be seeing so much of this, right? all of the screenshots. But yeah, that's going to be it for tonight. I'm going to be picking up this tomorrow and on Saturday. So tomorrow, 7 PM. Saturday, depends when I'm going to be finished with some errands with family. So I will keep you informed. But yeah, I thank you all so much for tuning in. One thing I will be mentioning. I have been recording this stream, so I will be putting these up as VODs on the YouTube channel at some point. Furthermore, if you're not checking out the YouTube channel, I also have the entire playthrough of Final Fantasy 13 up on there, which have been grabbed from the Twitch VODs. So yeah, like I fully intend to be making sure that these are recorded going forwards. But thank you all so much for tuning in, and thank you all so much for tuning in for our sort of opening portion, because like I said, I really did want to sort of talk about the history of how we got to where we are. However, let me up it for us today. Let's have a look and see who there's online for us to say hello to. Ooh, you know what? Let's go for fellow possum aficionado, Awesome Possum, who is currently live and will be playing some Helldivers. So yeah, we're gonna go and say hello to I'm gonna go and say hello to him. Thank you all so much. Like I said, we're gonna be doing a lot more of this month, and if you're new here and you want to see more of this content, drop a follow. And I will see you all later. Let's prepare the raid cannons, and as always, give a nice hearty scream. Don't worry, he'll know. And I will see you all later on. Oh, the fun third party who was in game. Listen, you're fooling no one. You're fooling nobody. Anyway, nighty night.